Can I help you? I want to park. Howdy, ma'am. Can I help you?
Yeah, so he's got to change the meter on this, okay? So can you tell me why there's like...
I don't answer questions.
Okay.
Can I have a business card, please?
That's fine. I'll get you a business card. Why won't you let him change it?
I don't answer questions. Can I have a business card, please?
I will give you a business card as soon as we're done here.
Okay.
Okay?
Am I free to go?
You are free to go.
Thank you. Can I have a business card, please?
Yeah, I will drop it off to you after we're done. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
You're trespassing, y'all, just to let you know. Please leave.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Go ahead. Sir, I just wanted to let you know that if he's not able to change the meter, they are able to turn off your power. So is that...
Madam, you're acting awful forceful with me today. You had your lights on when I approached. I do not answer questions.
For safety, sir.
I do not answer questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Madam, you can leave the business card on that post to your right. Please do not trespass.
Okay, well then they're gonna be able to turn off your power, okay?
Madam, I will take that threat into consideration. Thank you.
It's not a threat, I'm just letting you know.
Thank you, madam.
Business. That's on them. Okay? Do you understand?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, well I'm just letting you know that if you don't allow them to change the meter, then they are able to turn your power off.
My recording will take that into consideration.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay.
This is private property. Do not walk over my fence, sir.
He's just getting his tools.
What's your name, please, sir? Steve? Steve, what's your last name, sir? Do you have your ID number, sir? What's your ID number, please? Thank you, Steve. Madam, I had informed you to place the business card upon that post. I had informed you that I believe you are trespassing.
I will put it right here.
Why are you still here? Why are you still here?
It's right here. Do you understand?
I don't want you here. Thank you. What a calm community, huh?
Yeah.
Have a good day. What's your name, please? This event occurred, I'd say, an hour or two after the last event. No warning of any of these people coming by. This is the fence that he walked over instead of going through the gate. I need to replace that.
I don't know what he is.
Yeah, he's home.
Okay, well, we're here to work on the power box.
No.
Yep, it's happening. If you guys don't want to cooperate, I will detain you. Okay?
Detain us.
Yep, I will detain you. So you guys can either watch and you can cooperate, or
Excuse me?
I'm going to be working on the box.
Then why did we get a bill
Okay.
that said it was okay that we didn't have to do that?
Don't talk to her.
Okay, that's fine.
You are trespassing.
Okay, do you want me to detain you? Take you to jail?
What crime do you suspect me of committing?
Tampering at this point in time. I have evidence of you tampering.
You have evidence of me tampering.
Yes, I've seen it myself.
Okay. Are you saying that you would like to exchange you servicing this box today for me going to jail?
No, if you participate and cooperate, you can just watch.
Madam, I've informed you you are trespassing.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and detain him, Shay.
What crime do you suspect me of committing? What
Go
crime
ahead,
do you
put
suspect me of
your hands
committing?
behind the back.
Hold on.
What-
We have children.
Film this.
We have children.
What? You're hurting me, sir. Film this. Don't answer any questions. Okay, just film. Sorry, who is this?
This is TJ with Diarrhea.
Did I speak with you a couple of minutes ago?
You did, yeah. You're not on the account. I need to speak with Alicia, please. If she would like to add you to the account, then we can go ahead and speak with you on behalf of this account. But you're not on the account. You're not authorized to speak on behalf of it. Is Alicia available?
Have I spoken with you before, sir?
You spoke with me a couple minutes ago, yes.
Sir, this is a private phone number, and I am a lawful payer to this phone number. I had requested that you continue your correspondence via physical mail. I am now formally requesting that you not harass this phone number.
Is Alicia available?
Did you hear me say that I am now formally requesting that you not harass me at this phone number?
Yeah, is this Alicia's phone number? I'm trying to speak with her, and
Alicia,
Lakeview Drive.
you folks have come by 3 times recently. Is that correct?
I'm aware that yes, we're trying to get the meter changed out, and I need to speak with Alicia.
Okay, each of those 3 times, nobody gave us any notice that anyone was coming.
We attempted to call, but couldn't get a hold of Alicia.
And that is why you need to use our physical address for mail to get a hold of us. You are not permitted, sir. You are not permitted, sir, to come onto our property unannounced.
Okay, that's fine. We're trying to be cordial about this. We need to get that meter changed out.
No, sir, you are not being cordial. You called the police on us. You had the police come, and the police came and made physical threats to us. A gentleman hopped over the fence instead of going through the gate. Another gentleman took his truck on our private property and damaged our driveway. Frankly, we are feeling very bullied and harassed.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. We'll send out an email and attempt to, we'll send you both a letter and an email as you requested. We do need to get this meter changed out, though, and I'm not allowed to speak with you in regards to the account. I do need to speak with Alicia. So she can be the one that replies to that email or that letter.
Who was it, sir, that came on my property each of those 3 times?
I'm not going to speak about that right now.
Why is that, sir?
Because you're not on the account, and I need to
I'm sorry, who else is there in the room with you?
anything about this account.
Who else is there in the room with you?
Alicia Rowe is right here, so you could speak on the account.
I need to have him added to the account, Alicia, so if you want to call our customer
We
service
are
rep
only
and add
corresponding
him to the
via
account,
physical
then he can speak on behalf
mail.
of it. But at this time, he's not on the account, so if you give our office...
Sir, I'm speaking to you in regard to the trespass that occurred 3 times. I need to know who was trespassing on my property.
No, I'm not going to speak on that. We have access...
Is there a reason that you're withholding that information at this time, sir?
No, not at all, but you're not authorized to speak on the account.
Sir, do you not hear her voice in the room?
So why can't you talk to me, sir? Why can't you tell me,
stop.
sir?
Because you need to call in and verify that he's allowed to speak on the account.
But I'm on the account. I'm right here.
I know I need to have you call in and verify
Ask
your
him.
account information.
Ask him, who was it who
Who
trespassed?
was it that trespassed on my property, sir? And you could speak with me because my name is on the account.
Did you not say that you called the phone number, sir, of this account?
Correct.
So
go ahead
tell
and
me,
talk. Tell us who
who trespassed on my property.
We had an IREA employee that
Tell me his name.
access our equipment.
Who is that person, please, on each day?
Hold on just a minute. My boss just walked in. I'm going to ask him if I can give that information.
To me?
And who else is listening to this phone call, sir?
My boss, who I just said. Give me just a minute, please.
We do not authorize the recording of our voice.
Okay, so I'm going to go up to the front desk. Our customer service rep has access to the account information that I don't have access to verify that we'll just have to have Alicia verify.
And
that,
sir, we've already told you that you need to contact us with written mail correspondence.
Okay, we'll do that.
But we do need to know.
Alicia
We need to know.
reply to that.
We need to know on each of the 3 days, sir, who was on our property. Every single name.
Okay, so send us email or mail correspondence and we'll give you that information.
No, sir, you're not going to hold that hostage to us. You're going to send us your correspondence via physical mail, please, and we've requested that many times now.
Would you like me to call you from our customer service phone?
You can contact us, sir, via physical mail. You, again, are harassing us. Would you like to continue to speak on the phone harassing me, sir?
No, sir. We'll send you what you've requested. We will communicate by mail. Is that
And do not come on our property again unannounced, sir. We have let you know many times. Please stop harassing us in so many forms.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Put your hands behind the back.
Hold on.
What?
We have children.
Film this.
We have children.
What? You're hurting me, sir. Film this.
Okay.
Don't answer any questions. Okay, just film. Just what crime do you suspect me of
I've
committing?
already told you,
What
tampering
crime
with
do
the
you
box.
suspect me of
I just
committing?
told you.
I would like shoes. Can I have shoes?
Yes,
Can
you
I have a
have some
coat?
shoes.
Alicia, film.
I am.
Holly, you can go ahead and show one detained at the uniform.
Shoes on for me, please?
I can't, sir. Can I have
She can help you.
my hands, sir?
No, I'm not gonna take your hand.
What did I do?
I just told you what you
Okay.
did. And now you're not cooperating.
Film, Alicia, and then lock the door. Sir, I can't. This is
Do you mind
ridiculous.
helping
Let me
him?
put my shoes on. Sir,
How do you
I'm
want me
just
to
in the
help
privacy
him?
of my home here today. Sir, let me go so I can grab my shoe. I'm not gonna.
let you. Hang on. Let me talk to me for just a
Did
minute.
you want to
okay?
do it?
I'm not. I'm asking your wife or girlfriend if she can pull up the back of your shoe for you, please.
Okay.
I can help you. That's fine. Can you grab him a jacket too?
Were you here before, miss?
Yes, I've been here.
You were
know
here
who I
before,
am.
and I asked you not to trespass before.
Okay,
also.
I'm here now on official business. I am
Okay, and
allowed
who
to
are
be on
these
your
people
property
here?
at this point in time. This
Okay.
is the electric company.
Okay,
that I
and
was
you
here
guys
with
all
last
came
time.
here together?
Yes, we
Your name,
did.
sir?
I'm Deputy Williams.
Deputy Williams, thank you, sir. Alicia, please help me real quick.
Hon-
Sir, these handcuffs are cold. I need a jacket.
We're gonna
gonna
put
get
you
you an
in the
ID
back of my
card here in a
patrol
second.
car. You won't be freezing, okay?
Okay.
You are not in custody. You are being detained at this time.
I don't answer questions.
I didn't ask you a question. I just said that you are detained.
Okay,
You are
sir,
not
this
in
left
custody.
one is my hand is turning purple. Alicia, show that, please. And
Okay.
sir, I don't know why you got it so
The more-
tight. You grab me
it's-
hard when you grab me.
I didn't grab you hard.
Okay, I just
Okay.
want to put my shoes
I'm gonna
on.
loosen it up and move it down. What happens is it slid up above your wrist bone, okay? So give me just a minute.
That's what you're saying happened, sir. I felt the way you touched me.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and put that on. And if you don't mind, can you grab him a jacket as well?
And can she stay with me, please?
She doesn't need to stay with you. You're gonna go in the back of my unit.
Okay, there might be arrest.
It's been approximately 5 minutes though.
Okay, so
Okay.
how much time can you detain me for?
I can detain you for as long as it takes.
How long
At
can
this
you
point.
detain me for, please?
I just told you.
Okay, I demand my habeas corpus rights immediately.
Okay, let's walk
I demand a
downstairs.
lawyer immediately.
That's fine. You don't need to answer any questions. I'm not asking you anything.
I demand a lawyer immediately.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Alicia.
Okay.
questions,
And
Alicia.
what's his name?
Are you suspected of a crime?
If you don't give me your name, then I'll take you to jail.
For what, madam?
Because I can detain you until you give me your name for 72 hours. So you need to give me your name. Or we can detain you and we can let you go after this is all done.
Ma'am, they had sent us something in the mail that said we just have to pay extra a month to keep what we have. So you're saying they're charging us extra a month for this thing and they're gonna take it out and charge us extra?
You're gonna have to. Do you want?
I
me,
have a bill
Do you want
that's
me to
from
get
them.
one of them so they can answer the questions for you? I don't know what they're doing. That's
then why
not
are
my
you
job.
allowing them to trespass on our land? You're supposed to be
It's not-
protecting us,
it is not a
them.
trespass.
You're
It is
it
not
is.
a trespass. You guys have, time and time again, I have come out here, and you guys have not let them do their job. They need to fix something on the meter box.
They want to change
and
it
there's
out.
also, and that is, if you don't want that, then
We
you can
paid more for this.
You can cancel your service if you don't want
Then we
them
want
to.
to cancel the service.
Okay,
We
that's
don't
fine.
want them
But
trespassing right
regardless,
now
they still have to work on the meter box. That's their property.
on our property.
That is their property. The meter box is their property.
We want it all out. All of it.
Okay, you guys don't want power?
We don't. We have
Okay.
power. We have
Okay.
solars.
Okay, that's fine. If you guys want to cancel
We
it, but
don't
this
want
right
them
now, they're
trespassing.
working on the transformer, which is obviously not on your property. Okay? Again, he is not under arrest. He is in custody right now because the last time I dealt with him,
We have it all on video, ma'am.
That's
We
fine.
have it all on
Okay,
video.
that's fine.
So don't go and talking to me what
He is
happened.
not in custody.
And it wasn't you, ma'am. I'm sorry, it was not you. It was someone else. We have it on video.
I was here last time. Look at my face. That was me. I'm the only female deputy at Teller County.
She was blonde.
Well, we don't have a blonde female deputy. I'm the only female deputy. I have blonde highlights that you can see in my bun. I'm telling you that it was me last time I was here. I even gave him my card. Now, do you guys want to give me his ID or no?
You can go and talk to him about that. That
Okay,
is not with
that's
me.
Fine. If he doesn't want to give me his ID, then we have to take him to the jail and do a fingerprint reader on him to find out his identity. If he's not gonna cooperate. And the bill is under your name, correct? Okay.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. It's okay, honey. Hold on, baby. Addie, go inside, baby.
He's gonna speak to you about everything with your
Okay.
power, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
So
for
do
it.
you want our electric service?
Sir, you sent me a bill in the mail that was paying extra for the service that we have right now to get installed. So the last bill that I paid extra to keep this system, and now you're going to take it out completely.
That's not for that system. You're misunderstanding.
I have it in documents.
We haven't changed the meter yet.
Oh, I guarantee my neighbors have this meter that you guys haven't switched out.
Okay, so we need to switch that meter or disconnect service.
Yeah, we don't want your service if you're gonna have to switch that out, sir.
Then we'll just remove that and all right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Come here, Daisy. What are you doing, sir?
Removing the meter like that.
Sir, can you go in the fence so you don't break our property? Go around and in through the fence so you don't break our property, which is our fence.
How do you want us to?
There's a fence up here, I will show you.
You want us to disconnect service, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sunshine? Sunshine? Daisy, come. Daisy. Sunshine.
Are you guys done?
Sunshine. Can you please go inside with the kids? Sunshine, can you please go inside with the kids?
Yes. Hug me, hold me. I want to hold you. Why I came, Alicia. I mean, she called me and said, get there. And I'm like, I'm
kids.
not, look at me.
All of you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! God bless you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Hey, shame on you! Hey, what, sir? You all are trespassing!
You all bothered us!
Who are these people? What are your names? What are these people's names? What are
That's
your
the
names?
company you're protecting!
What are your names?
The company you're
What is your
protecting!
name? What is your name? I am on my property. What is your name? Let's go.
We have no electricity.
Have you been filming all of this?
Yes. I went inside to call Lindsay to get the kids. And I came back.
Film them as they go. Film them as they go. Film them as they go. Watch anything they damage. Daisy, come. Sit.
Good girl, Daisy. Good girl, Daisy. Good girl.
Is your boyfriend home or husband? I don't know what he is.
Yeah, he's home.
Okay, well, we're here to work on the power box.
No.
Yep, it's happening. If you guys don't want to cooperate, I will detain you. Okay?
Detain us?
Yep. I will detain you. So you guys can either watch and you can cooperate, or
Excuse me?
I'm going to be working on the box. Yes, we did.
Sir. Deputy Williams, thank you, sir. I wish you could help me. Sir, these handcuffs are cold. I need a jacket.
We're going to put you in the back of my patrol car. You won't be freezing, okay?
Okay.
You are not in custody. You are being detained at this time.
I don't answer questions.
I didn't ask you a question. I just said that you are detained.
Okay,
You are
sir,
not
this
in
left
custody.
one my hand is turning purple. Will you show that, please? And sir, I don't know why you got it so tight. You grab me hard when you grab me. Okay, I just want to put my shoes on. What you're saying, sir, I felt the way you touched me.
And if you don't mind, can you grab him a jacket as well?
And can she stay with me, please?
We're not interested. You are being detained. I
I demand a lawyer immediately. I demand a lawyer immediately. Don't answer this question.
If you don't give me your name, then I'll take you to jail.
For what, madam?
Because I can detain you until you give me your name for 72 hours. And you guys have not let them do their job. They need to fix something on the meter box.
They want to change
And there's also, and that is, if you don't want that, then
we
you can
paid
cancel.
more for this.
You can cancel your service if you don't want
we
them
want
to.
to cancel the service.
Okay,
We
that's
don't
fine.
want them
But
trespassing
regardless,
right
they
now.
still have to work on the meter box. That's their property.
On our property.
That is their property. The meter box is their property.
We want it all out. All of it.
Oh, you guys don't want power?
We don't. We have
Okay.
towers. We
Okay.
have solars.
Okay, that's fine. If you guys want to cancel it, but this right now is on the transformer. It's on your property. Okay? Again, he is not under arrest. He's in custody right now. Since the last time I dealt with him.
We have it all on video, ma'am.
That's fine.
We have it all on
Okay.
video. So don't go and talk to me what
He is
happened.
not in custody.
And it wasn't you, ma'am.
It's going to be 600 Zebra Preliminary by 600 Zebra Preliminary.
Copy, comes back, clear, valid.
Go inside, baby. Go inside, baby.
Is your name Aisha? Is that right?
Alicia.
Alicia, okay. So this is the IREA guy. He's going to speak to you about everything with your power, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want our electric service?
Sir, you sent me a bill in the mail that we're paying extra for the service that we have right now to get installed. So the last bill that I paid extra to keep this system, and now you're going to take it out completely.
That's not for that system. You're misunderstanding.
I have it in documents.
You don't. You haven't changed.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! God bless you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Hey, shame on you! Hey, what, sir? Everything okay? Honey, did it film or did you? Okay. It's okay. What did they do to you? Are you okay?
Took our electricity, that's it, you know?
Come on, Jason.
Come on up, Kevin. Your guy's car. That sheriff there. You don't want to move it.
Let's get loaded. Come on, guys. We gotta hurry. They could be here any minute.
Okay, it is now 3:20, 3:30. They're using our driveway.
I thought you said it was 3:30 like 10 minutes ago, babe. It's probably the difference between the clock.
They're using our driveway. Did they break our fucking fence?
What do you mean?
They stopped us and look at them.
What fence?
Our gate. Do you not see them?
They're doing that poll now, maybe. We'll see.
It's a school bus, hon. It's like, do you really think it's
Shh.
okay?
Shh.
It's a school bus.
What did they do? Oh, wow. Is he towing a trailer?
Yeah.
That's weird. What is it? Big rig.
That's why we need to get our gate up. It's so important.
Okay, close the window.
Well, we're all going to start this off. But as soon as I make on this beautiful window night, we want to hear everybody's long, sweet
Now. When we do it for you, we do it for you, but we do it for us. You know what I'm saying? When we do, and then you do that, and it's like, yeah! Woo!
Okay, an update on the neighbors. 2 days ago, Alicia was today. What's the date today? I think it's the 8th. I think it's the 8th or 9th of June. And it's the 8th of June. And 2 days ago, Alicia was sanding. She started sanding the deck, and they started firing gunshots. So anytime we make a noise, they go fire gunshots. You know, not, just a noise you'd make if you were working on your house, like we were doing the other day, sanding the deck. They go fire the gunshots. Let's see. Okay, today is June 8th. 2 days ago, Alicia was she started sanding the deck with a sander, like a hand sander machine that we have, and I guess the neighbors didn't like that because they fired off gunshots. It seems like every time we make any kind of noise over and above a whisper,
they will fire off shots, which we feel lets us know that they don't like the noise and they're being microaggression about it, or even aggression, it being a gun. So they fire shots. They continue to fire shots anytime we make any kind of noise over here, which is very intimidating. We don't like that. We feel in fear when they have that kind of reciprocity for us just going about our lives. They continue to just weird driving by at weird times. Like they were here last night at about 3 a.m, and they turned off all their lights, and then eventually they headed towards the gate, and which is weird because the guy they punched, one of them punched, is JR, and he's the gate owner over there. So I'm not sure why they're still driving that way, but it seems kind of sneaky because they were doing it at night. They turned off all their lights, including their headlights, to drive, and not to mention that the activity at night is just disturbing our sleep. We can't get enough sleep anymore because they're always driving around at night with their really loud truck and moving their vehicles, running their businesses at night. So this being a residential area, we're a little less than happy with the ability to rest at this point, emotionally, physically, and otherwise. Hi, it's Monday, June 20th. Yesterday, June 19th, 2022, our neighbor, I overheard while I was in the yard doing yard work, talking about us. They were saying that they wanted to film us during the entire, they wanted to film us as I performed electrical work, and so that with the idea that they could bust us, get us in trouble with the county, and so I thought it was odd that they were what I would call conspiring to surveil us, or entrap us, which made me feel very uncomfortable, as always with these guys. And they also talked about how Tyler, I heard him say that he was facing assault charges, presumably for that when he punched our other neighbor, JR, in the face, and his dog attacked him. He was saying that they didn't have a witness, so they were getting the charges dropped. But I thought that was maybe I didn't hear if they were getting the charges dropped. But I thought that was strange that them talking about not having a witness, therefore the trial presumably didn't hear the rest, but could not proceed. That I sort of feel like a witness now because I heard them talking about it. In addition to what we saw on the day that happened, leads me to believe very much so that Tyler did punch and his dog did attack our other neighbor. In addition to what we saw preceding and after that event, pretty much right up to it, hearing them talk about it, he just seems guilty for doing that. It seems quite obvious. His dog was barking at me several times during the day, and they at this point knew I was where I was in the yard, and they said, get him, to the dog every time the dog would bark, which I think is poignant. What? Oh, and then that same day, one of their dogs went into our yard. We got some photos of it in our yard. The photo we took of that same dog who was on another day standing in the middle of County Road 33 with also in that photo, the rubble that was on the roadway, that roadway, County Road 33, which had obviously fallen from their driveway. It just continues. It feels like constant bullying. It feels like they are plotting and planning to entrap us at this point and to surveil us. On its face, if it wasn't enough, it's all just the cumulative effect that these people are having on our lives and what they appear to be plotting and planning to do to us, with us, and it just continues. So we're just keeping good notes. Just filming with June 23rd, 2022, 1:53 p.m. I'm outside with my daughter, and she's saying mama, and every time she says mama, the neighbors next door across the street are saying mama. So my daughter says mama, and they say mama, and so one of them says it. David, Tyler, it sounds like David's daughter also. I'm not really concerned with a little girl making fun of my daughter or my family, similar to the quack, quack, quack the other day when I was trying to walk around. But I am not okay with two adult men doing that to me or my daughter. You can see I'm shaking right now. I'm starting to get really pissed off about this. It's getting out of control. 1 second. All right, just a quick update. The neighbors across the street, whose names are David and Tyler, last week, David, and I believe it was David, who was on his tractor, and another guy who looked like Amadeus, stopped our neighbor, whose name is JR, as he was riding across their on the roadway, going past their land. The tractor was positioned with an ATV, another ATV, who Amadeus, I believe, was on. The tractor and the ATV were on either side of the road, and they were just sitting there for like an hour. Finally, JR, the neighbor, goes by in his ATV, and I didn't really understand at the time. You guys need to be quiet, please. I didn't understand at the time what was going on, but later JR came by, and he had damage look along his eye socket, like he'd been punched in the nose, and he had a chew mark right here, like all over his face, like he'd been bit by a dog. So JR, who came by, said that those two guys who had been sitting at the roadway had stopped him, said he can't ride his ATV there. And JR said, of course I can. And apparently David, or the guy on the tractor, punched him. Now, Alicia saw a lot more than I did, but at this point, it's pretty scary because the guy punched him for driving his ATV on the roadway, and the dogs attacked him after that. One of the dogs attacked him after that and chewed his face up. So JR told me he's going to call the cops.
He gave me his phone number, and I'll try to be in touch with him later on. But at this point, we're pretty fed up because with the gunshots that they fired at night under the admitted use of intoxication of drugs, he admitted to me in front of Kevin that he was doing drugs and firing gunshots at night across the roadway over our heads, essentially. You guys, quiet for a second. The go to mama. Now this with the neighbor punching the guy, I just feel very unsafe, and these guys have been continuing with the stalker behavior. It's like a gang. Now they're like trolls at the roadway, and they're stopping people and telling them they can't ride certain vehicles. And punching them if they don't acquiesce. This is ridiculous. So today's date. What's the date today? 18th of May. This was about a week ago. At this point, we're just keeping our gate locked, keeping our head down because we are in fear of our neighbors who are continuing to operate their business. Let's see. They've got at least 15, 20 vehicles out there. Vehicles, storage units, RVs, tractors, everything. It just looks like a junkyard. They've built this driveway, which I doubt is permitted, and it's just this meandering switchback driveway that goes all the way to the top of their mountain that they live on, and it looks like their driveway just completely crosses across our other neighbor Ray's land. So it's just they're blasting their music to harass us. They're blasting their music, which we have evidence of, and they're just what else are they doing? Yeah, they're running that business. The guy does scrap metal, and he's got they fill up. They come up with these trailers just full of junk, and they sort through it, and they go down again. So they're running multiple businesses. It looks like they're doing, he said it from before, he said he's got partnerships with dealerships all over the state. So they're bringing in these vehicles, and this is a residential zone. So I'm not sure what that's about. But we're just pretty sick of it. And as before, we feel that we are living in fear. We are living in fear at this time because our neighbors are just violent people, and they're doing it not only to us, now they're doing it to other people, and it's gang activity because there's 3 or more of them, and they're just harassing people at the roadway now.
Loud music during the night and during the day. And I know somebody had said there's no ordinance in Teller County about noise. Just Cripple Creek? Okay, and does that trump the Colorado noise statute 2512-103? Okay, but even for just like above county as the whole state of Colorado, I know between, like, for residential, it's between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. the noise can't reach 55 decibels, and between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. it can't reach above 50 for residential. And I mean, as you can hear, it's well over that, and they're more than 25 feet away, so it's starting to become extremely obnoxious. I can't do my work. My kids are up all night long because of the music, so I was just making sure that you know, as a Colorado, you know, Teller County is in Colorado, so I was just hoping that noise statute does apply. Okay. It is 3162 Lakeview Drive, Florissant, Colorado. Yes. Just the one that I'm calling from, the 719-687-9037. Sure, it's 719-687-9037. Alicia? Rowe? Yeah, it's ROWE. Okay, thank you. Bye. Hello? This is her. Hi, so I was calling about my neighbors playing extremely loud music, and I know the dispatch said that there was no ordinance in Teller County, but I do realize that there is a Colorado statute on it, so I was just wondering if that statute, you know, would come into place as the situation is, because we do have recording of it. And I'm sorry, that statute was 2512-103. But nonetheless, we do have recording of it, and as far as the statute goes, it says that for residential, the decibel amount between 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is 55, and between 7 p.m. 7 a.m. it's 50, and they've exceeded 90 in both time frames. And like I said, we have it on recording. So I was just wondering if there's anything we can do. Okay.
You can't write people for noise unless it's excessive and repeated over several instances.
Okay, this would be the third incident, and we have, like I said, we have recording on our outside camera catching them the 3 times in the past week alone, exceeding 90 decimals, like I was saying. And
What are you using to measure the decibels?
it's on a camera.
Okay, and the camera tells you how much.
Yeah, it gives an alert when there's a high sound, kind of just letting you know that there's an extreme sound alert. And we've been getting that consistently, and we have it, like, it's recorded, it's saved, and so I could definitely turn that in.
Okay, yeah, so we don't really deal with that, so I'm not really sure.
Who deals with state statute?
Give me a second.
Sure.
State statute.
Sure, and I mean, they're doing it right now, so I could show you.
What's your last name?
Rowe, it's ROWE.
And your address?
3162 Lakeview Drive, Florissant, Colorado. And they live directly across, but I don't think they have an actual address.
Okay. What's your date of birth? I'm assuming you Googled noise ordinance.
Yeah.
Is that where you're looking at?
Yeah. And I'm looking at that statute, which is, it's 2512-103. Here, and I'll try to get closer to the window so you can hear. I mean, they are further than 25 feet, and this is, I mean, the amount you can hear. Which is, okay. Do you hear it now? Okay, well, we do have it on recording. Saturday night. Gosh, they went from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. all night long. So it started Saturday night, and then they did it again, I want to say Tuesday night, and then they did it last night, and now they're doing it today. Sure, I'll wait.
Colorado State Patrol Administration Office, serving El Paso and Wait while I transfer your call.
Colorado State Patrol, this is Kyle.
Hi, Kyle. I called a second ago regarding a noise violation. I was transferred to the Teller County Sheriff's Office. The Teller County Sheriff's Office told me they do not have jurisdiction over Colorado noise ordinances, and so I'm calling you guys back because it would appear that you do have jurisdiction over Colorado affairs. Is that correct?
What's going on? We usually don't handle anything like noise or animals or things like that. That's usually the local, so what's going on?
Well, sir, is the Teller County Sheriff's Department supposed to handle that?
Well, it depends what's going on. Like, if it's vehicles racing up the street, then State Patrol may handle that, but, like, most ordinances are handled by the local jurisdiction, so...
Oh, well, I'm reading here, what is it? Colorado Noise Statute 25-12-103, maximum permissible noise levels. We've been getting decibel readings of 90 plus, day in and day out, at nighttime, all through the night, and we're just trying to sleep.
Okay, what's your address?
3162 Lakeview Drive.
Okay. All right, and where's it coming from?
The neighbors who are across the street.
Do you happen to know their address?
They're just camping there, but it's I believe they're camping there. It's 3147 County Road 33. Now that's the same road as ours, which is Lakeview. For some reason, it's different name across the street.
Just across the street. Okay. All right, and your name and phone number?
Joseph Colavani.
And a good phone number for you.
Sure, it's 719-687-9037.
Okay, I'll have my trooper give you a call. Like I said, usually they don't do noise complaints, but I can have them call you, and hopefully somebody can get out there to check it. So.
Okay, yeah, it's weird because Teller County claims that they don't have jurisdiction, and so I don't know what to do about just being able to sleep. You know.
Yeah. No, I'll have the trooper that covers that area give you a call, and hopefully we can get somebody out there to handle it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye. They have been harassing us for months. That's the reason we're leaving.
That's kind
They've
of
been
got to
stalking
thinking
us.
that.
They surveil us. They have people drive by all the time. When we leave this gate, somebody comes by.
Really?
And it's a whole neighborhood thing. It's like a gang. So you hear them turn the music down to listen to us now. It's, you know, I have faith in humanity, but sometimes I get pretty stressed out about it.
Yeah. Well, I know that I figured you're probably out here to be away from those kinds of things.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked. I thought, man, I bet Joseph doesn't really appreciate that, you know?
Yeah, and the dogs, you know, right now running across our land. It's just too much.
Yeah.
But hey, thanks for being a sounding board. Thanks, Jake. You are. I'm sorry, I called Colorado State Patrol. I didn't call Teller County Sheriff's Office.
So we're actually getting state patrol. We got this passed on to state patrol.
Okay, can you please tell me the number for internal over there?
I'm sorry, for
Internal?
internal what?
You ought to know what that means, madam. What is your name, please?
It's Deputy Hathaway.
Deputy Hathaway. I would like to speak with internal.
Okay, I can send you. I'm gonna send you to my supervisor, okay?
I asked for internal.
Corporal Victor, Teller County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, Corporal Victor. Are you with internal?
No, I am not.
Okay, I had asked to speak with internal.
Internal who?
I'm sorry, do you not know what internal means?
I know internal affairs.
I would like to speak with internal affairs.
You're not going to speak to internal affairs.
Okay, can I ask why?
Because internal affairs has to do with inside of the office. Where we're investigating. It has nothing to do with this.
Okay, can I have their number, please?
No, you may not.
Okay, do they have a number?
It's actually some of our commanders and our sergeants that are on it, but I'm not giving you them their number because this is nothing to do with internal affairs.
Okay, as I told the previous officer, I was trying to get a hold of Colorado State Patrol. I'm not trying to get a hold of Teller County. I'm trying to get a hold of Colorado State Patrol.
Sir, State Patrol referred you guys to us because you're in our jurisdiction. This has to do with the noise complaint. I had already spoken to your wife, so what are your questions?
I had asked you my questions. Thank you.
Okay, so if you're going to keep calling us, sir, like this and harassing us, then there's going to be charges pressed against you.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't ask to call you. I actually called Colorado State Patrol. You were the one who called me.
But you're asking to speak to my internal affairs, and you're not liking any of the answers that I'm...
Okay. Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
Loose cannon. That's how former Pueblo police officer Brandon Victor is described in an internal affairs investigation by his fellow officers. That investigation launched after he shot 3 suspects in 3 separate cases, all within a 10-month period. Victor has since resigned from the Pueblo police force, but he's still carrying a badge and a gun, working now as a deputy sheriff in Teller County. Tonight, 13 investigates. We do want to inform you this special report includes strong language and video that may be disturbing to some. Here's investigative reporter Dan Beatty.
Eventually, he's going to get one of us killed. May 2020. Internal Affairs is conducting an investigation into Pueblo police officer Brandon Victor after his 3rd officer-involved shooting. 13 investigates obtained more than a dozen recordings of Victor's fellow Pueblo police officers being interviewed by investigators asking about Victor's behavior on the job. At least 7 officers had serious concerns.
And what is his demeanor, his behaviors on calls?
He has like an ego problem or something like that. He always has to prove something.
Victor just snapped on me.
I think he's a loose cannon.
He's like, get the off my scene.
He's not afraid to flaunt that he's been in officer-involved shootings.
He's so aggressive.
Don't run from Victor.
After graduating from the Pueblo Police Academy, Victor started his first job as a patrol officer in March of 2018. He resigned from the job in July of 2020. Within a 10-month stretch as an officer in Pueblo, Victor pulled the trigger in 3 shootings while on the job. The first in July of 2019. Victor shoots and kills a suspect who threw a butcher's knife at officers. 4 days after the shooting is deemed justified, Victor finds a stolen truck. The district attorney's office says a suspect drove the truck toward Victor's partner in an effort to get away. Victor fires multiple rounds in the direction of the driver, who is injured but not killed. But it's what happened after that concerned fellow officers.
It starts going back and forth. They're kind of just talking back and forth. And then Brandon kind of got like serious, like, you better watch out for me, man. He's like, I've already shot 2 people.
When I heard that, that really took me back. I was like, you don't say that.
Joking or not, it's jacked up.
May 15th, 2020. Brandon Victor is on patrol when he spots another stolen vehicle. Despite department protocols, there is no body camera video of the incident. Victor says he thought he turned his body-worn camera on, but the camera never recorded the incident. Investigators can only rely on Victor's accounts.
You know it's a stolen vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. And you air that to dispatch.
Correct.
Fellow officers listening to radio chatter as the incident is unfolding.
And as he went out with the car, I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, man, we're going to have freaking shots fired within 30 seconds, and sure we did.
Victor approaches the vehicle alone, saying he believed the occupants were asleep. But the driver wakes up as Victor reaches for the car door.
And he reaches over with his left hand towards the console, across his body towards the right side, towards the center console. There's a gear shift on the right. I don't know what possibly he would need to reach across his body to grab, and I immediately thought he had a gun.
Victor reaches into the open window, saying he was trying to stop him when the driver hit the gas.
He was either pulled or dragged by the vehicle. And so the officer did pull out his handgun and he fired into the vehicle.
According to the incident report, Victor fired several rounds into an open window as the vehicle crashed into a nearby fence. The driver, 31-year-old Anthony Avila, was pronounced dead at the scene. His girlfriend, a passenger in the vehicle, was hit several times but lived.
I don't want to take someone's life. I don't want to hurt anybody, but I was scared.
2 months later, in July of 2020, Victor resigned in the midst of an internal affairs investigation. At the time, the investigation into 2 of his previous officer-involved shootings was also still ongoing by the DA. 4 months later, in November 2020, the district attorney released the findings from Victor's shootings, saying they were all justified, but with a caveat. In the review, DA Jeff Chostner said the missing body camera footage would have reflected misconduct by the officer if the new state legislation passed in 2020 was in effect. The law requires mandatory discipline up to termination for an officer who fails to turn on their body camera.
When I was listening to the audio and reading the documents, it almost made me have a chill go down my spine.
Sean Simonson, an attorney for Avila's family and his girlfriend, filed a federal lawsuit in October seeking damages, alleging excessive force against Victor. The suit includes failure to train and failure to discipline complaints against the city of Pueblo. 13 Investigates obtained Victor's disciplinary records from his time with Pueblo Police. They show Victor received verbal counseling after damaging a police vehicle and received a warning letter after losing a citizen's property. Victor resigned before an ongoing internal investigation was complete. The investigation was looking into violations of officer efficiency, safety, and when to initiate a pursuit. The civil suit against Victor also alleges that he breached department policy when he failed to wait for additional officers to respond before approaching a stolen vehicle and was reckless in his actions. According to the Pueblo Police Department handbook, it says, consideration should be given to waiting for a cover officer to arrive. Simonson provided the interviews with Pueblo police officers to 13 Investigates.
Eventually, he's going to get one of us killed, or he's going to end up going to jail or a civil lawsuit. And frankly, I don't want to work with him.
Nearly a year after his resignation in June 2021, Brandon Victor became a deputy in Teller County, where he works today.
You know, there's still a lot of police officers and agencies out there that would like to have an individual like this on the payroll when it should be apparent to them, because it's apparent to me and most other people, including most other police officers, at least in Pueblo, that this person's a liability and presents a danger to the community.
13 Investigates reached out to Victor's lawyer, who stressed all 3 shootings were justified. He did not want to comment on the allegations from other officers. Both the Pueblo Police Department and the Teller County Sheriff's Office had no comment, along with the police unions. 13 Investigates requested disciplinary records for Brandon Victor with the Teller County Sheriff's Office, and we were told no such records exist. Dan Beatty, 13 Investigates.
The Teller County website touts a commitment to an open and transparent government. We reached out to the county commissioners who are responsible for approving the budget for the sheriff's office. Despite that, they could not provide answers to questions about our report. Instead, they sent this response via email saying, quote, "We cannot answer any of your specific questions because we have no specific knowledge related to them. The Teller County Sheriff is an autonomous elected official and is responsible for personnel decisions. We have great confidence in Sheriff Mikesell, and he has our full support." An investigation into a murder-suicide in Teller County is underway tonight after a young child called 911 for help.
We do want to warn you that the details in this story are also sensitive and may be difficult for some viewers. KRDO News Channel 13's Annabelle Childers is live from the home in Florissant where it happened with what we've learned. Annabelle.
Bart, Heather, when deputies got here to this home, they found 2 children outside. When they went inside, they found themselves at the center of a tragic scene that officials say is going to take a long time for everyone involved to process.
You're responding to 108 Southgate Road in Colorado Mountain Estates. I have a 6-year-old and a 5-year-old on the 911 reporting their parents are possibly deceased.
Just after 7 Sunday morning.
I'm going to stay on the phone with them until you get there.
Teller County Sheriff's deputies rushed to the neighborhood, arriving minutes after the call came in. The sheriff's office says when deputies got there, they immediately believed they were looking at a murder-suicide. Investigators say 27-year-old Sean Mills and 29-year-old Adriana Mills died at the home in the early morning hours.
Still have to go back after the fact and deal with those emotional scars that you're going to live with for the rest of your life.
It's an experienced Lieutenant Wes Walter says is tough on the deputies, who are now being offered counseling.
You have to develop positive coping skills, and that can be different for each person.
And it's especially troubling for the young kids, who are now with out-of-state relatives.
It's refreshing that a very young child knew or was taught to call 911, and on the other hand, it's sad that it was absolutely necessary.
The Teller County Sheriff's Office is continuing their investigation. They're conducting toxicology reports, examining ballistics, and working to try and determine a possible motive. Reporting live from Florissant, Annabelle Childers, KRDO, News Channel 13.
Annabelle, thanks. Repeated calls for help, a suicidal veteran, and an alleged cover-up by Woodland Park Police. All 3 intersect, leading to a devastating outcome in this 13 Investigates special investigation.
And before we go on, we want to warn you, this report includes graphic conversations about suicide. It's hard to watch, but we believe this is an important story to tell. Chief Investigative Reporter Chelsea Brentzel has our 13 Investigates special report, Concealed Records, the truth behind a veteran's suicide.
Woodland Park Police, next. Hi, so I'm calling because I'm concerned about a friend of mine upstairs. Jeremy?
They're talking about Army veteran Jeremy Mitchell.
I need to place a welfare check on someone right now.
Jeremy served multiple deployments, including one in Afghanistan. He quickly rose up the Army ranks, spending the last years of his military career as a geospatial engineer technician, creating maps to keep his fellow soldiers safe. But his service took a toll on him.
He's a PTSD veteran.
Jeremy had a tough time when he returned to Fort Carson. He was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and medically retired from the Army in 2018. But he had friends all over the country determined to get him help.
Your darling, I'm actually calling from Orlando, Florida. About Jeremy? Yes.
Between December 23rd and 24th of 2020, the Woodland Park Police Department received at least 11 calls from concerned family and friends. The calls started coming in after the 29-year-old father had sent suicidal messages to friends. He also posted a picture with a gun to his head on Facebook.
He said that he is suicidal and it's for real.
Police went to his home around 8 o'clock on the evening of December 23rd. Records showed when Jeremy's wife answered the door, she told them Jeremy, who was inside, would be mad if he found out they were there. It wasn't long after that, police made the decision to leave Jeremy alone in crisis. The initial police report says Sergeant Mike McDaniel called his commander while outside Jeremy's house. He told him Jeremy was drinking, yelling, possibly damaging stuff in the home, and maybe suicidal with a gun. McDaniel told the commander he thought it would be safer for the wife and officers to leave rather than, quote, force a situation where it could turn violent. According to the report, Commander Andy Librand agreed to leave Jeremy alone and directed McDaniel to leave the scene. 13 Investigates obtained police-worn body camera footage. In the video, officers hear Jeremy threaten suicide by cop.
Let's go. You got a gun?
He has a pistol.
He has a pistol? Okay.
Police walked down the driveway, got back into their cars, and left with Jeremy's wife. Friends and family continued to call concerned and confused by the police response.
I need to warn y'all he has a gun.
Yeah, we know.
We have a friend that was close by, and she said that there's no police cars out front.
Police reports show that Sergeant McDaniel was back at the police department when he told Jeremy's father by phone that Jeremy was threatening suicide by cop and officers had left the scene. McDaniel told Jeremy's father it was, quote, better we leave and hope he goes to sleep after drinking instead of forcing a physical contact.
And we've spoken with his dad and for the family. Right now we're leaving him alone because we don't want to escalate the situation.
Officers never went back out to Jeremy's house that night, but Jeremy's friends continued to call police all the way into the next morning, Christmas Eve.
Is there any proof of life at this point?
We have not had any contact with him since last night, but we're hoping for the best and prepared for the worst.
The young veteran was found by his wife shortly after this call on the morning of Christmas Eve. Jeremy died by suicide. 500 miles away in Oklahoma was Jeremy's mother.
I was at work, and my children called me and said, you have to come home, there's an emergency. And they didn't want to tell me on the phone. They needed to tell me in person that he was gone. And we packed a bag immediately and drove immediately.
Lisa says the first time she realized something was suspicious with Jeremy's case was days later during a phone call with the coroner.
She kept telling me odd things like, some things are worth losing your job over. I don't care if I get reelected next year. This needs to be exposed. The police failed your son, and he should still be here.
Lisa wouldn't know for 6 more months what really happened the night of her son's death. Police gave her some records explaining what happened, but not all of them. 13 Investigates uncovered these police audit records showing Commander Andy Librand changed the status of his police report, keeping it hidden from Lisa and the mother of Jeremy's child.
I wanted answers for myself. I wanted answers for my kids when they're older, when they're going to want to look at the case. I wanted to know exactly what happened.
Less than a month after Jeremy's death, Jessica sends an email to Woodland Park saying she wants all of the police reports regarding Jeremy. This internal case audit obtained by 13 Investigates shows within hours of Jessica's request, one of the reports in Jeremy's case was mysteriously unapproved by Commander Librand, making it unavailable for release to Jessica and the public. The report would later be reapproved and put back into public record, but not until after they sent Jessica the incomplete documents. They never sent the full story to Jeremy's mother either.
What do you make of all of this? I can't help but look at it as a cover-up.
With the help of 13 Investigates, Jessica filed another public records request in June. That's when she finally got the once hidden report. The report was written by Detective Shannon Everhart, who responded to Jeremy's death on Christmas Eve. It shows Detective Everhart asked Sergeant McDaniel why trained mental health medics known as MAPS didn't respond to Jeremy's home the night before. The sergeant told Detective Everhart MAPS was not called out on scene because officers heard Jeremy threaten suicide by cop. The report was also the record showing Commander Librand told the sergeant what Jeremy was doing was not breaking the law and to leave the scene. But 13 Investigates has learned the Woodland Park Police Department's response to Jeremy's welfare check doesn't align with their typical response to these calls.
Has MAPS ever been called out to a situation where someone is threatening suicide by cop?
Absolutely. That's not an uncommon call for us to have.
James McLaughlin is the MAPS program manager at the Ute Valley Regional Health Service District.
So generally what happens in that situation, historically, is law enforcement would get on scene, secure the scene for us, make sure that the scene is safe for the patient and for us, and then we get on scene and work with the client to de-escalate the crisis and get them the help that they need.
City data shows Woodland Park Police called the MAPS team almost 400 times since 2018. In those hundreds of calls, they asked MAPS to help their officers or other agencies respond to a mental health crisis situation. Dispatchers even mentioned the MAPS program when a man who identified as a Texas police officer called for a welfare check on Jeremy.
Here we call it MAPS, is our mental assessment professional.
Okay.
And so they may call them out there and they may take them on what we call the M1 hold, which would be like 72 hours.
Why wasn't that done?
Jeremy, who was in the military and did so much and sacrificed a lot for the country, only to have the local police department fail him.
Both Lisa and Jessica believe Jeremy would have benefited from a mental health professional responding that night.
His posts on social media were literally a cry for help. He needed help right then. He had friends calling. All somebody had to do was come out there. Who's a professional? Get him out of there, and he may still be alive today.
According to the police department's handbook, it appears Commander Librand violated Woodland Park PD policy when he changed the status of the report showing how officers responded to Jeremy's home. 13 Investigates found it's also against Colorado law to conceal, remove, or impair the availability of a public record.
We want accountability. And we want to know what they're going to do to make sure it never happens again. I would like to see a public apology. Own it. Be a man of integrity.
I want the people and the public to know that they need to be held responsible. Somebody needs to be accountable for these actions.
The mental health professionals that could have been called out to Jeremy's house that night wish they had a chance to help.
I'm not saying that, on all the completed suicides that we didn't show up on, that we would have made a difference. All I'm saying is I sure would have liked to have had an opportunity to do that.
And it's a moment those involved can never get back.
We're trying to understand why he's not still here. He should still be here.
13 Investigates reached out to the responding officer, Sergeant Mike McDaniel. He told us he has no comment at this time. Commander Andy Librand did not respond to our multiple requests for comment. He is one of 2 commanders at Woodland Park currently under criminal investigation by the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and Teller County Sheriff's Office. The CBI will not confirm to 13 Investigates if that investigation has any relation to Jeremy's case. Chelsea Brensel, 13 Investigates.
We took the results of our investigation to the Woodland Park City Manager. Michael Lawson tells 13 Investigates he's very concerned by the allegations of high-ranking police officers hiding information from a grieving family.
He was unable to go into specific details with 13 Investigates, citing the ongoing criminal investigation by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the Teller County Sheriff's Office. But he did have this message for the veteran's family.
Certainly and truly, we feel for the Mitchell family. We, as a city, as the employees, we can't fully understand the pain and the hurt that that they've experienced, and that is truly regrettable. What I would like them to know is that the City of Woodland Park is taking this very seriously. We are cooperating with the investigation, and we look forward to the conclusions of that investigation. If it is found that there are deficiencies, as I mentioned, I can assure the family, I can ensure our community that we will do whatever is necessary to make sure that any issues that we uncover do not repeat themselves in the future.
And it does appear this incident involves several officers, but the city manager says there are many men and women in the Woodland Park Police Department who are dedicated to protecting and serving the community.
If you or someone you know is experiencing suicidal thoughts, there is help. You can contact the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay, it's April 15th, 2022. Pretty sure that's what it is. The video should say what it is anyway. The video's file name, information. But anyway, today about 15 minutes ago, it's 7:15. About 15 minutes ago, I heard a bunch of gunshots from the neighbor. So this almost immediately after I turned my generator on. So it felt very retaliatory. Also kind of weird today, the neighbor Kevin and somebody with a black car with a ladder on their roof. I don't know. I don't know who that was, but they both showed up at the same time when Alicia came home. So that was a strange observation. And it appeared that shortly after she left, they went somewhere. So she was gone about an hour or two, and a couple of hours, I would say. And during that time, the arrival time of Kevin and that John Doe in the black car were the same. She got home and they came by about 2 minutes later. And so that's really strange because that was the only people who came by the whole day. You know, that and let me think if there was anybody else today who came by. I can't think of any offhand. I'll have to think if I remember, or ask Alicia if I remember anybody else coming by. But the timing of both the gunshots coming after the generator being turned on, and the people showing up after Alicia, it feels very stalker to us. This, you know, being the reason I'm filming it myself talking at this point is to try and help remember the myriad of stalking behavior we've noticed among this gang of people. So we are just trying to remain vigilant. Today also, there is still over on Ray's land, there is I suppose an easement, but I don't think the easement means you can just park your, it looks like some kind of an oversized truck, like maybe slightly bigger than an F-350 truck with a flatbed with no, you know, it just held a bunch of wood, I think, for a long time, or that kind of truck, you know, with no sides in the back. That truck appears to be parked upon the easement, and there's further, and that's just been there all day. There's still that trailer on the road which has been there for a month or two at this point. They appear to have created a driveway on the easement. I don't know if he can do that or not. And they also have created another two driveways. The second one just goes all the way across Ray's land, start to finish. And I've seen them park vehicles on both of those things throughout. And so, you know, if they're trespassing on my neighbor across the street, it follows they would trespass on our land. So we just are trying to keep track of when that stuff occurs, because that trespassing occurs all the time too. And then Ammo came by today. I believe I'm not in earshot of her right now. Ammo, I think, came by at some point. So that helps me build who all has driven by. So you know, Ammo always goes over there. So he tends to drive by our house really slow in general, and suspicious character around our goats, which have gone missing. And now we try to avoid him when we moved in, and now he seems to want to be closer to us. You know, and weird stuff with looking at my daughter strange, and so we just feel very uncomfortable with the gang of people who seem to be stalking and surveilling us, and that sort of behavior with the gunshots, this not being the first time. So that's all for today. I'll try to shorten this now that I've got an idea how I'm going to do it, but just to try to keep good records of when they're stalking us. Hello, June 22nd, 2022. It's about 9:05 p.m. About 20 minutes ago, Kevin came by and he did something that I need to start mentioning in my notes because it's starting to wear on me. He came by. He did a touch and go at David and Tyler's driveway. I presume David and Tyler are not home. I don't see anybody there. I don't hear anybody. They're usually quite loud when they're over, so I usually know when they're over. Their dog was there, barking at us like usual. Nobody home, just barking at us. Free range dog. But then Kevin comes by on his ATV, does a touch and go to the driveway, crosses our on the roadway across our land once and then twice to go back. We live on the next to a gate, so there's one way in, one way out, more or less, and so it's usually pretty strange when people do that in the general, but Kevin and also Amadeus, ever since the new neighbors moved by, have started to do that type of activity. I don't know if they're running private security or if this is gang type of surveillance of us, or they're doing surveillance in general, or if they're stalking us. But the behavior is just I would define it as aggressive towards us. And I think it's just they're just posturing themselves like a gang. The word I use to describe Kevin is a flying monkey. He'll come by, doing that security run. Him being an old man, I didn't really want to mention in my notes, but he is starting to, this flying monkey thing factors in. Flying monkey to me is, that behavior where they're just kind of doing the bidding of the gang, and so this being the surveillance of us, even if it's not direct, it sure feels like it's direct. Both Amadeus and Kevin, but tonight being Kevin, I need to describe that this has been emotionally stressful for me to have this kind of surveillance occurring. This is our private residence, where I come home from a long day of driving, and I expect to be able to rest, and instead I'm worried about being surveilled. I feel like I'm on house arrest. When that occurs, I feel like, God forbid I would go on a walk or something. Alicia also has described this feeling where we're not comfortable even going on a walk. We used to go on walks all the time, and now we're just not comfortable to do it because of this stalker type of behavior or surveillance or whatever it is, gang feeling type, because of how many people are involved in the nature of it. Just trying to keep good notes because we're pretty fed up. Just want to enjoy family time, and that's it. I hope they just stop, to be honest, because I've never had a problem like this with a neighbor before, and it's just starting to wear on me. Okay, June 26th, 2022, 2-3 days ago, David came to our gate, wanted to talk. At first it seemed, or well, it didn't seem like it to me, but I'll use the word, it seemed like he was trying to be nice to us and to give us something, which was this, he does scrap, so he gets a bunch of junk, right? And this is the second time he's offered me something, which, as I understand it, you're not supposed to take something from somebody who seems like, I've read narcissists. You're not supposed to take something from a narcissist because they'll use it later to control you, manipulate you. So I think the same thing applies to other types of abusive
personalities. So I just, I didn't want that offering of his. And what he really seemed to want to do, though, was talk about our electrical. He asked a bunch of kind of invasive questions about how our electrical's set up, and told us that the electrical company was going to charge him $13,000 to set up his own. And then he started talking about how our mast was on his property. And, in light of the conversation that I overheard the other day with them talking about wanting to surveil me and trap me type of thing, it seemed like he was fishing for information, which is sort of none of his business, to get us in trouble. And so I view that as entrapment. I know the official version of entrapment is usually involving law enforcement, but then again, law enforcement are beholden to the same laws we are. So if some civilian is going around trying to entrap you, I feel it could be interpreted the same way by the law. If at the very least the act of surveillance, gang type of surveillance. Now, mind you, this is what always seems to occur anytime somebody crosses the threshold of our driveway, as it relates to the neighbors across the street, or even as it usually doesn't relate to the neighbors across the street. Kevin comes blazing up on his ATV, and he's got this look on his face. He's what's going on? And David and I are just talking, even though I know what's really going on with David talking to me. And Kevin, what's going on? Like, it seems like I don't know if they walkie-talkie each other or if they have some kind of camera motion detector that Kevin's savvy to. But it seems like every time we leave our driveway to go anywhere but to town, somebody, either Kevin or Amadeus, lately it's been Kevin because Amadeus has been making himself scarce ever since the punch of JR. Kevin just comes by every time we go outside of our driveway, which of course is fucking wrong. Excuse my language, but it makes me angry because we don't want to have somebody show up every time we leave our driveway to check on us. That's wrong. It makes me uncomfortable. It adds fear to my life. I don't want to think about that. I don't want that to occur every time we leave our driveway besides to go to town. That's sort of what happened. Not the most noteworthy thing, other than the fact that I had already overheard him saying he wanted to try and entrap and surveil us. Previously, again, borrowing that word entrapment. What might be construed as loosely, but I think it's pretty tightly held definition of entrapment given the parameters. And so I just am tired of it still yet, and so between those two things, that's why I'm making a note log. The next day, Kevin is over there, and I don't hear much of it, but I overhear him saying something about shooting trespassers. He said, "Well, we can just put a sign up and shoot them next time they come on our land, on your land." And that's all I heard, but it just sort of lends itself to the paper trail that I've been putting together of these folks, but harassing us, and it always often seems to involve guns. Tired of hearing gunshots, hearing talk about gunshots, shooting our dog, all that. Collectively, these people are just coming up with every way to put fear into our lives as we're trying to enjoy the peace and quiet of our own property. Something's going on with Nance. I think based on the text she sent me a year ago, somebody's stealing from her. It's my hunch that there's a thief in the neighborhood. My guess is it's Amadeus or possibly Mason, Lindsay's little boy. He's a little klepto, and he's demonstrated it before. We stay away from him ever since, we got a few bad strikes from that family. We just stay away from him, but That little boy, Mason, showed up a bunch of times around the time our goats were disappearing and reappearing. So the interesting thing was Lindsay would bring Mason by their house when they first moved in, those neighbors across the street. Just when they first moved in, that's when the goats were disappearing, that's when the goats were reappearing. It's hard saying if us getting rid of the goats or Mason or Ammo not coming by as often occurred first, but to be honest, I think if we hadn't got rid of the goats, they would have continued to steal them. So, worth mentioning about Nance, she came by the other day, she put up a no trespassing sign. I texted her to say, hey, what's up? And I never got a response. So, you know, we're very empathic people, Alicia and I, and, you know, just from very little bits of data, we can put together kind of what's going on. It seems like Nance is having a problem with neighbors stealing, based on her text last year, based on her putting the no trespassing sign up. Based on the conversations I've heard, it seems like they are monitoring or surveilling their own property. The problem is it's starting to surveil us too. Whether they intend to surveil us makes no difference. They are in fact surveilling us as a result of the surveillance of whatever's going on with this week's gossip, which we've just stayed out of because there's just too many toxic people in this neighborhood, and they all seem to like to hang out together. So we've just been laying low, hands off, staying away from everybody we can. They seem to find us anyway, you know, which is just sort of the opposite of respecting somebody's peace and quiet, if you ask me. So Nance put up that sign, texted us last year about somebody stealing. She's always got her gate locked now. She won't respond to our texts. You know, maybe this will amount to nothing, or maybe it will amount to what we've seen a lot of occurring in this neighborhood, which is projection. People committing crimes against us or against others and blaming us for it. So the only thing we can do about that is to keep a good record, and that's exactly what we're doing. So pretty tired of keeping records, pretty tired of having to keep records, but we're doing what we have to do. June 28, 2022. Were we home yesterday? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, I was working on the greenhouse, and I overhear David, Kevin, and Tyler talking again about us. They're talking about how we have too many vehicles in our driveway. They're talking about how the greenhouse isn't code. Just plotting and planning all the time. Conspiracy to surveil, to entrap. It's 1 second. It's 10:53 p.m. I didn't mean to stop the video before. It's still the same day. It's 10:53 p.m. and they're still talking about yesterday. Their dog came into our yard again yesterday. While they were there, you know, they still leave their dog to roam when they're not there. And that's usually when the dog barks the most. Tonight, 10:50 p.m. They are doing construction work right now. It's keeping us awake. I have asked them before to please not do construction work after dark. You know, they respected that for a long time, more or less, other than, you know, what they usually do is wait till we fall asleep and then they'll do stuff. But tonight they Well, I'll start from the beginning of today. From here forward, we got home. They always do this thing where they wait for us to leave before they leave. So we left. And we got home and they were gone. And then a few minutes later, Amadeus drives by. He drives by once, drives by twice, like he's doing a patrol. A couple of hours later, when Tyler and David do get home, they sort of disappear for the day, but they're still around because Tyler comes by and does a patrol with his ATV. I noticed shortly after I went to the edge of my property, so I don't know if they've got proximity sensors or something, but when I went to the edge of my property, that's one of the times that Tyler did a patrol, and then a couple hours later he did another patrol. Same thing, he just drove up on his ATV once, drove back on his ATV, did not go home. There are no lights on. No, usually they have their really loud generator on. Nothing like that. And so I was just working on my greenhouse. Come dark, I stay a couple minutes past dark to work on the greenhouse, and I figured that's all right since it didn't seem like anybody was home. I didn't see or hear from anybody for several hours. That's why I mentioned this. I feel like they're very retaliatory people. So if I decide to work a couple minutes past dark, under the auspices that nobody appears to be at home within a mile of me, essentially, or well, I don't know how far away Kevin is or Daryl, but they're pretty far, a quarter mile, I would say. Anyway, retaliatory. If I work 5 minutes past dark, sure enough, these guys will take it upon themselves to work until, well, right now it's 11 o'clock at night. And so they, I feel like they were watching me. I feel like they're trying to entrap me. Now that I worked a couple minutes past dark, I feel like they just walking all over me, and they're just taking it upon themselves to work at whatever hour again, which is sort of a bully thing. So we're not able to sleep again, and we do something like calling a noise violation right now normally, if this continued to occur. But they've made it clear that they have guns. They're going to use guns. They've verbalized that to us previously, verbalized that about killing our dogs previously. And so we're kind of feeling like, if we are going to get the police involved, because of this stalker type, gang type behavior, this guns involved, we feel like we need to do it when it's time to get maybe a restraining order or something first, because otherwise we would be in fear of them retaliating, as they always seem to do. This being just one of many examples. I work 5 minutes past dark, and they take that inch, they make a mile of it. They're working now at 11 o'clock, and given their pattern, I wouldn't be surprised if they worked all night. Lights on over there, generators running. It's a Quonset that they're building, an old refurbished Quonset. And they're just banging and drilling and usually cussing it's just really not very peaceful around here ever since these guys started harassing us.
You have to stay here. They just look at the dog. You have to stay inside. But the dog is look at Daisy. But the dog is look at that Daisy. Mm-hmm. Mama, don't want to go outside. I want to go outside. No. What happened? What happened? What happened? Mama! It's the dog, Patty. We don't know the dog. That dog could be mean and bite you. But that's the white dog and the black dog. Patty, stop. like a mix between a deer and an elk kind of thing with really big horns. We've seen them before.
Oh.
They don't have sharp teeth, though. They just eat herbs and grass.
But where's orange? Where's orange?
Herbs?
Yeah.
They're like plants. They're in the ground.
But why you like it to die?
No, I don't want you going out. Hey, stop.
I see that dog.
No, Eddie.
I see that dog.
No, Eddie.
I don't like that. I don't like Daisy.
Oh.
I can see Daisy.
Okay.
The dog
Not right now.
But the dog won't both. But the dog won't bite me.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
And I know Daisy will get protected if you go outside, so no.
July 18th, 2022. We got home from a day out of town, and we came back. We found out that one of the neighbors that's part of this gang went to the open house. So, I mean, you know, we've made it pretty clear with the neighbors that they're not welcome on our property. So I think it's worth noting. One of the neighbors did come by during the open house and came on our property. Tyler and David are in the practice of luring our dog onto their land. They will call her, or they will tease her, and then they will they've tried to in the past capture her on their land. So they're not doing it to be cute, even though it's not cute. They're doing it to try and get us in trouble or entrap us. And so today, was it yesterday? Yes. Yesterday, excuse me. Daisy was out in our fenced yard by herself for a couple of minutes, and sure enough, the neighbors probably taunted her again, called her over there. We come outside. We call her back, she comes right back, but, we can't have our dog being called over to the neighbor's yard, especially when the neighbor's 3 dogs are free range. They're not free range to follow cattle around, they're free range dogs, and one of them has already bitten somebody. So, the dogs are just another thing that they're doing to us, luring our dog, letting their dogs run around, that I feel is bullying. At the very least, it's another nuisance that they're doing. So that's frustrating. I haven't done a video in a while, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been, this is the stalking thing. The dog, after being called over to their yard, they get everybody together on top of their hill, and they start luring her back to the top of their hill, which after that she goes to the other side of the hill, who knows. But sure enough, lo and behold, one of the gang members comes by on the ATV as this is happening. So they are not only trying to lure the dog, but they call over their gang members whenever, like I said, whenever anybody crosses outside our driveway. It seems like somebody comes by who does not live there on their ATV to surveil us. And so, we just try to keep good notes, because at this point, with how often it occurs, that's all we can do. And so that's what I'm doing. So I was saying, the aggressive behavior. Adeline, I'm on the phone, please. Addie, stop. The aggressive behavior continues in spite of me having a lapse in the recording. This tactic where they always have somebody come and make sure it's okay or whatever, like they're security guards or something, or just plain surveilling us, stalking us. It's just not okay with us, and it happens so often. It's difficult to write it down when it happens, but it does happen pretty much every time we cross the threshold of our own driveway. We're not comfortable with it anymore. We're going to start filing complaints real soon. Still July 8th, 2022, 18th, 2022. Might be worth mentioning, might not. The realtor, we sort of caught the realtor trying to sell our house to somebody they knew for less than cost. We come to find out that she's only been showing that, even though we had a bunch of appointments set up, she's only been showing the house to one, maybe two people, one of whom is one of our neighbors. And so that person who came through that open house is our neighbor, and it sounds like also trying to fix the price of our home, which may or may not relate, but we're keeping a good record because let's see, sorry, hold on a second. Because there is a possibility that these neighbors have been doing this from the start, intentionally devaluing our land, so that Alicia's land, so that she can sell it at a lower price, and so it sort of may tie into that realtor. What, right?
Left.
That realtor trying to lowball us. And so, just thought I'd keep good notes of that.
I'm just here to pick up some keys for my house.
Which, are you Alicia Road?
Yeah. Thank you. And I was wondering, is there any way to get a copy of the contract? A printout copy?
Is it with,
Kelly?
Oh, with Kelly? Let me see, is she here? I don't know, I just got here. Okay, so yes, the short answer to that is yes. If she's not here, she'll have it with her. Do you guys, can you text her or call her?
We have, and she just hasn't responded to the question.
Okay, got it.
I was just wondering, and when I go to click on it, it's like deleted.
Oh, okay, I wonder if the software, like, I don't know, have a little glitch or something. But yeah, certainly, of course.
Yeah, because I can show you what it says to me right now. It has a picture of her on there.
What are the cookies? I have no idea.
Oh, good.
You guys want some cookies? No.
So that's when I go to look at it.
Do you mind if I...
Yeah, zoom in. That's kind of what it's saying. So.
Oh. Okay, so Kelly and I actually don't work in have the same files, I'll say. So I don't want to speak out of turn.
Sure, yeah.
But do you have Tara's number? Tara's her assistant transaction coordinator?
No, I will get that there whenever you're ready.
I'm
sorry.
I have it. I think it's up here.
Is it just a card?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that works.
Yeah, at the very top.
Okay.
Try Tara as well.
Okay, super.
And then if you can't, we're still having problems, call us again, and actually maybe we should just go ahead and do that. While you're trying to call Tara, do you want to send Kelly a quick text or email saying, do you mind getting in touch with these folks? Okay. And then you can give Kate your name and your number.
Call her real quick.
Thank you. Are you just putting? Can I leave Alicia's number? with you, or are you calling it?
Is it your phone number?
It's my phone number,
Okay.
yeah, that I come in with you. And then I work at this office, so it doesn't matter if I stop by. Not this office, but upstairs.
Oh, do you? You work upstairs? Do you work
The
upstairs?
resource exchange, yep.
What's your phone number?
It's 970.
Is that your code?
412-1051.
1051.
Yep.
And your first name?
Alicia. Alisha.
And last name?
Rowe, R-O-W-E.
Okay. I'll go ahead and email her your phone number.
Sweet, thank you so much.
Actually, what you would do is leave her your email, and she can just email it to us.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, so the only people, the people who came and looked at our house, who were our neighbors, when they came, this was loose after they came. It was not loose before they came. Addie, be nice to Nico. I just fixed this one, but only on the bottom, mind you, only on the bottom. This was cracked here, and you could push it. You could push this window, and it would move the window out. I'm gonna go to the other ones now. It's poignant because they mentioned in their feedback when they came by, those neighbors, they mentioned there was something wrong with the windows. I find that funny, not funny, haha, because this one I also had to repair. Okay, same thing, only on the bottom. I had to repair the bottom of the window. Because it looked like somebody had pushed it out. That's vandalism. They come and they, you know. That one there, they did not touch. Okay, this one I still need to fix. You can see that crack right where, watch that crack when I push on the door just a little bit. Let me zoom in on it, focus. Okay, I'm just really gently pushing on that. Now somebody came here too, and they pushed on the bottom of this, not the top of this, but the bottom of this. And so all the windows in the house, somebody came through and pushed as hard as they could on our window, on Alicia's window here. Like they tried to knock it out. And that's concurrent with the story we got about the feedback from the home. And it's concurrent with, well, basically what I think happened is they came through here. They knew these windows were shoddily installed because they had a hand in installing them. They later came to test it out by pushing on all the windows. That's vandalism. Took the family to the sheriff's fair this year. Saw Kelly Case, who was Alicia's first realtor. She was conversing actively with Sheriff Mikesell. I didn't know who Sheriff Mikesell was at the time. Knowing what I know now about Sheriff Mikesell, this is disturbing, to say the least. July 18th, 2022 again. I'm starting to remember Thursday, Friday, last week we had our realtor come, we had our photographer come, we had our drone guy come for the videography, and sure enough, the neighbors had their backup security come to check things out. There was a new guy I never seen before, this redhead on an ATV. He came by, and also while we were just trying to repark our cars on the street, those dogs, they came and they harassed me, they harassed Alicia, they harassed Addie, my daughter, they harassed, was Nico there too? Nico was there too, my son. And they harassed the drone guy. So they're free-range dogs. Were nice enough to escort us the block that we had to walk from the house to the cars parked on the road and back. Well, not and back, as we came back from the parked cars. As before, we're not able to leave our own driveway without being harassed by the neighbors or the neighbors' dogs by way of extension.
Whose dogs are those?
Come here, I'll show you.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Pictures.
Video?
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I've got it.
I don't know whose dog they are. They just showed up. Another chicken that went missing this morning. This chicken, I hope he's still alive. A lot of feathers missing here, so I don't know. No tags on these dogs. Try to get all around them, please.
Okay.
I don't know whose dogs these are. We need to call the pound.
Okay. I'll go get them up. Daisy, you stay put. Last thing we need is you involved in this.
You fucking a bad Michael. You bad goat.
Sorry, baby.
I don't want to say coast.
Daisy, you knock it off. Stay put.
Did you hit? Go. Go. Don't pee your pants.
Saturday, July 23rd, 2022. 2 days ago, we finally called the sheriff for something. Thought it was the neighbor's dog. Turns out, it was the neighbor's dog, but it was a different set of dogs who are also running stray, in addition to our own neighbor's dog, who is running stray right now. You call it a dog at large. Same stalker behavior. When the sheriff came, you see these people all scrambling to protect each other from the law. So we call the chicken. We have 3 white chickens. One of the chickens, we go outside to find 2 dogs, have the chicken in its mouth. We rescue the chicken from the dog, call the sheriff. From the dogs, call the sheriff. Sheriff comes by about an hour later, 45 minutes. Felt like an hour. And we've got the dogs in the kennel, and now on the way, waiting for the sheriff to come. These neighbors are communicating with each other. They're playing musical vehicle. I heard David say, "Let's get the fuck out of here." I heard, and then I saw them basically scramble to move a bunch of logs around on the end of their driveway, and then David takes off toward the gate, away from Woodland Park, with his vehicle, and goes off in that direction. And the officer arrives and asks. I hear him around the corner because he passed my house and he didn't know it was our house. I guess he was lost. He asked David if he's seen anything, basically, and David lies to him. He says, "No, I haven't seen anything. I was over there," which is obviously not true because he was at his house the entire time. So was Tyler. So was Ashley, their daughter. The entire time this transpired, and they did the same thing they did when somebody punched a man, JR. When somebody punched JR, they all kind of got somber and got real quiet and started staring at us from across the street and just watching. Meanwhile, I'm pacing with my chicken, trying to gather myself before the sheriff comes because I'm a little distraught that my chicken is getting attacked by the neighbor's dog. So anyway. They're covering for each other. That's what's so scary about this, that gang activity. Whenever somebody hears a sheriff is coming, the people who actually own the dog, they came up to Tyler and David's house. Lindsay came up to Tyler and David's house, and sure enough, when the police officer's on his way, Kevin comes by. So anytime we breach the perimeter of our property, Kevin's apt to show up. Lindsay's apt to show up. Amadeus is apt to show up, and he did later show up. Amadeus later showed up also after the police had left. Any case, the neighbor who did own the dogs came by and asked, "Have you seen my dogs?" to the neighbors. I overheard, and they responded, and more or less to the effect, "Joseph has your dogs. The sheriff's coming. You better get out of here." And that was Lindsay. Lindsay said, "You better get out of here." So you hear in this just one instance, David saying, "Let's get the fuck out of here." David saying, "I never seen anything happen. I wasn't there," even though he was trying to give himself an alibi, even though he didn't really need one. It wasn't his dog. And then all them covering for the neighbor who did own the dog, saying that the sheriff is coming, get out of here. Last I checked, that was against the law. That's basically tampering with evidence, and making yourself accessory to any given crime. A pretty small crime, having a dog trespass and then eat one of your chickens, but a crime nonetheless, and becomes a bigger crime when it becomes that scary gang stalker surveillance activity, which we always see anytime anything happens in the neighborhood. Kevin shows up. Lindsay will probably show up. Amadeus will probably show up. And so it's just really old, just trying to keep good notes because we're tired of being stalked, surveilled. We're tired of now these dogs are being at large all the time. As before, it's the same thing. David will say, get him. And with people he doesn't, whom I think he doesn't like us, versus Sunshine, he's got these dogs, the three dogs, they're just out of control. They will bark at you incessantly, even if they know you, if you're on an ATV or in a vehicle, similar to when JR was bitten on his ATV. They'll just chase you. Those dogs will chase you, bark at you. And so I noticed, now it is malicious because he doesn't say get them to everybody. He says get them to people like us. Sunshine Donna, he'll say leave them alone. Get them to us, leave them alone to Sunshine or Kevin or anybody else who's on their ATV. So it's malicious. I've got more, but I can't remember offhand. I'm going to go over my notes. Sorry, tampering with evidence, wrong word. Interfering with a police officer investigation, I would say, is a better word. Still the 23rd of July, remembered some things. After the police officer went by the first time, he was still lost, and David stopped briefly to talk to me from his car. He said, his white truck, he said that he asked me if I was all right with his dogs being at large, and I said, no, I'm not. That's enumerated in the the Teller County ordinances, more or less is what I said. And he said, oh, and then he asked me if I sold my house yet, which, given all the other stuff that's been going on, I find very invasive. So I said, I don't answer questions. He said, oh, and then he drove on. Now the today, which is 2 days later, Kevin goes over there, and then Kevin talks really loud. That's how I'm able to hear almost everything that gets said over there, is when Kevin goes over there, and I'm just minding my own business. Anywhere in the yard, I can hear Kevin's voice projecting, and I hear Kevin say that, yeah, their roof is all messed up. I don't know what they did with dropping their realtor, but their roof is all messed up, so there's no way they could have sold their house, essentially, to paraphrase. And he said that, which is interesting to me because this was never revealed to us when we bought the house. But it tells me that it was known when we bought the house by them that there was something wrong with the roof. I overheard Kevin say, yeah, it's all wavy on the top of the roof, as if to imply, how the material will become wavy if it's gotten water damage. And so, this is a furtherance of this entrapment problem we've overheard them saying about how they're always trying to get us for something. Now it's the roof, which, as it relates to preceding, when we had somebody essentially trespass. I don't know if we could call it trespassing because it was a realtor type of situation, but prior to realtors being given access, the neighbors know they can't come on our land. And so just because there's a realtor involved, they're not going to buy that land. They don't, our land, our property. They're just there to snoop around. And so we know that they made comments when they came by in the feedback that there was something wrong with the roof and something wrong with the windows. So, the two problems with that are, one, the entrapment, which is just a continuing of all the entrapment that seems to be occurring, and the surveillance and the group type of just always trying to get us in trouble, and two, being the essentially the fraudulent transaction that occurred when Alicia purchased the home in the first place. If you've got all these people who know there's something wrong with the roof, and they they've essentially orated this, and I heard this, and I would sign an affidavit all day saying that I heard them say this, something's wrong with this roof, according to them, that's a problem, because that's fraud, because that roof was supposed to be disclosed to Alicia if there was something of that nature wrong with it that they know about, that they're not now using to try and exploit to entrap Alicia and or myself. That's wrong. We're just having all sorts of, we're feeling like they're trying to slowly get us in trouble and trap us for something, and at this point we're getting ready to make our big move to get the sheriff involved, because this is not peaceful anymore, and it was long since, and we've done absolutely nothing to escalate, and they've been escalating. We're fed up. July 23rd, 2023, just had those videos a couple of minutes ago. Just wanted to add, I just tried to go on a walk about 20 minutes ago. It's about 7:20 in the afternoon, p.m. And their dog, the wolf-looking dog, I like that dog in 13th Warrior. I forget the name of the dog breed, but anyway, the brown one. That dog stalks me as I'm going up the street, barking at me, pursuing me. So, as before, I can't walk down the street. My Alicia expressed to me that she feels uncomfortable walking down the street. God forbid we bring the children down the street. It's just treacherous any way you put it. So I feel completely uncomfortable walking down the street. Really thought about calling the sheriff again. I don't want to tie up their lines, but I'm really getting sick of not being able to go on a walk. For example, when they're not home, something is bothering us. And so, yeah, as before, worth mentioning, if you look in the previous videos, my notes, the dog has now. I've now asked twice that they no longer let their dogs run at large. In addition to the dog biting JR, it's just not acceptable if it ever was. It just needs to end. That also, it's just too much.
I'm scared away again. I'm filming.
June 28th, 2022. Just left our home. Kevin was waiting for us to leave so that he could go back to his house. Prior to this, the electrical guy, whose name was Alan, I think, over at, what is that yellow electrical company called? Core Power. He came by. Kevin comes by. Kevin came by to check on him, check on us. That is the stalker activity we have become accustomed to around here, that surveillance activity. Prior to this, we had our realtor come by the other day. What day did she come by? Yesterday or the day before?
Yes.
Our realtor came by yesterday. Prospective realtor, I should say. And Kevin comes by, right? Exactly a couple minutes after this realtor comes by. And so, per the pattern, in spite of there not being any traffic at all day long, anytime there's any kind of activity or breach of our own gate, private property, Kevin's sure to show up. And that is stalking, that is surveillance, and that is gang activity. Period. The end. We are sick of it. We feel in fear, harassed, and that is why today, the 28th, I'm writing a 19-page letter to begin the civil side of things with Tyler and David, who are at the nexus of all of this. Flying monkeys come to mind, projection comes to mind as well, with respect to these aliases, Kevin, Tyler, and David, Amadeus as well, to a lesser extent, Lindsay, maybe to more extent, I don't know, but for now I'm going to say to a lesser extent. That is why I'm turning in a 19-page document to the county in civil proceedings, and I hope that that's where it ends, because if we have to take this to the criminal side, this surveillance, this stalking, this gang activity, boy, we've got a lot of notes at this point. I'm sorry, I had to pause the video to gather my thoughts and to collect my emotions. Yesterday, which was the 27th of July, I overheard Kevin saying with his loud voice, "Let's just kill him," essentially. He said, that trailing off into the same conversation, which was in regard to us not having sold our home yet, Alicia's home yet. This conversation continuing to talk about how we should adjust, let them know it was a problem, which I wouldn't know what they were talking about other than this delusional idea they have in their head that I haven't been also communicating to them that their activity, their nuisance activity, their gunshots at night, the dogs in our yard constantly, the bullying and harassment that's occurring, the stalking and the surveillance, and all of that. Those are the norm for them. Our communicating of it is exhausted. We are ready to proceed civil and or criminal with all these
guys. Amadeus,
Kevin, Tyler, David, and to a lesser extent, Lindsay,
are all engaged more or less in this same surveillance, which is now escalating to talk of violence toward my family, in addition to the preceding talk of violence, I should say, and as well as gunshots over the home at night, which Tyler admitted to in front of Kevin already, if he would ever be so honest as to admit that to anybody again. So yeah, Kevin has now, amongst David and Tyler, Ashley, the little girl, was also there, talked about killing us. We're not happy about it. We think it's getting out of control. And so all we can do is take good notes, and once we feel we have, once we feel we have a way to keep the family safe through all of this, I think we will be executing some criminal proceedings. Civil proceedings fail because we're just so tired of the fear. I'm now rambling about it. I am trying to be, let's try to be short and succinct. There was a third time in the last few days where Kevin shows up. Yes, I remember now. Kevin showed up around the time that their dog came into our yard. So they've got, is that right? Yeah. And so they've got some kind of a surveillance program going with Kevin, and we're tired of that. There's no reason for that in our R1 zoning where we live. They are simply put, stalking us, gang activity, surveilling us, and there's nothing more to it than that. Is there anything else?
Didn't Ashley admit to drinking and she's 14?
No, I had, that kick that a minor will have when or somebody who's never had a drink, I should say, will have when they have a drink for the first time. They had just been talking about opening up a bottle of whiskey or something. I think it was called peanut butter something. They opened it up, and she made that noise as if she had tried it. And so, whether that's tangible or related to what's going on, I don't know. I don't really care. But thanks, Alicia. Anything else? Okay, that's all I got for now. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else, but I think that's it.
August 2nd, 2022. Got home about half an hour ago. It is now 9 p.m. When we got home, as we were turning the blind corner to approach the house, Chris is driving his truck in the opposite side of the road, and almost as if to slow us down, you know. And then we pull up, and Kevin, I believe Kevin and Tyler, or it might have been David and Tyler, were out there working on the gate that they're doing. And we pull further ahead, and Lindsay's RV, their new RV camper, whatever you call it, that white RV, class, the small one, class A, I think, maybe a class B. Mason is coming out of the bushes on our property with a basket in his hand. Now, we haven't found eggs in about a week or two now. This concurrent with the chicken that went missing a couple days ago, which I'll make another video for. But basically, we show up, and Mason pops out of the bushes. Lindsay's driving toward the gate, the away from Woodland Park, to the right of our driveway. If you would turn right as you left our driveway, Lindsay's driving real slowly, her RV, and Mason's just walking behind her with this basket in hand. It's quite obvious to me that we're having gang stalking activity. It's, Kevin covering their tracks the other day when the chicken was stolen, and today Mason popping out of the bushes from our land. We're quite sick of it. We feel bullied and in fear, in addition to feeling like, this larceny is occurring all the time. Now he's stealing our eggs too. It feels parasitic. It feels like they're just taking advantage of our good nature, because by now I think anybody else might have gotten the cops involved, and we might have to get the cops involved. But also of note, one time prior to us having falling out with Lindsay and Mason, Mason was over, and there was this little candy jar that Alicia had hidden. Where was it hidden? Like in the armoire or something. Mason says, "Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." He goes in the bathroom and he consumes the whole jar of these things. They're like mints, you're supposed to have one or two. The kid goes and eats them all in the bathroom. Alicia finds out right away, confronts Lindsay about it. Lindsay says, "Well, you shouldn't have that food in your house." Like projection. Like, what are you doing having that candy in your house if you don't want him to come steal it? So just to give you an idea of what we're up against as far as if there should be any projection in the future, which I think there might be, given this story I just told you, why it comes to mind with respect to Mason popping out of the bushes from our land, walking slowly behind Lindsay's slow-moving RV, retreating from us as we progress toward them. I drove about 10, 20 feet past the driveway. Mason's looking back all fearful at us, and they didn't stop to say hello or nothing. They just kept on going and looking back as they went. What is that, fleeing the scene? I would say, yeah, it is. August 2nd, 2022. Now I'm going to talk about what happened on July 30th. July 30th, I go outside. The chickens are all gone, all 3 white chickens. There's no feathers like you would see with a predator. This is consistent with somebody stealing chickens. All 3 going missing, not what a predator would do. At about 12:34, I took a picture, so it's time stamped. Kevin comes by like he just about always does whenever an animal goes missing, dragging behind this thing behind his truck that wipes the road clean. He drives by, he and Chris driving the other way, and in Chris's blue truck, they both have blue trucks. Chris's truck is like a older blue truck, and Kevin's is a newer, well, not newer than Chris's blue truck. And they both stop in front of our driveway, and they just start talking to each other. While they're talking to each other, I snap a picture of them loitering in front of our driveway, doing that typical surveillance stalking thing I've been talking about ad nauseum. Anyway, he's wiping the road clean, and I come to realize, having noticed the chickens had gone missing prior and per the pattern, that Kevin's probably wiping the road clean from the tracks, like he seems to be doing. He seems to be always the guy who covers for everybody else, the accessory to the crime kind of guy who shows up to make sure nobody gets in trouble. So he's wiping the road clean. I go out there, and he's going to the left as you leave our driveway. He's going to the left, which I think is the south, the sun-facing side, the south. Anyway, he goes that way. I go out there and I start taking pictures of the tracks before he wipes them clean going the other way. He comes back the other way. Chris has already left by now, and he's gone wiping the road, and he comes back the other way, and I'm taking pictures as I go in front of him, because I'm realizing at this point he's definitely helping cover these tracks. It's been too many times that this has happened, where the very next, right after we notice they're gone, or just prior to us noticing them gone and them being gone, those tracks get covered at the roadway. So I go out there, I take the pictures. At this point, he is trying to get a move on with his truck, so I move out of the way, and he says, hello, and I say, hello. He says, how you doing? I said, I'm doing good, or I said, I'm doing fine, I should say, doing fine, and he says, what's going on? And I say, basically, I let him know I want you guys, I let him know I want the neighbors to stop stalking us. And he says, what neighbors? And I say, well, the neighbors, and yourself included, sir. I'm kind of paraphrasing. I mentioned that I wanted to stop being stalked by the neighbors, and then he persisted, so I let him know he was one of the neighbors. And I just wanted all the stalking to cease, and I let him know 3 times in front of his son as a witness, I want you to stop stalking me. I want the neighbors to stop stalking me. At this point, he says, I'm not stalking you. And I said, I don't want you to stalk us anymore. We had 3 animals go missing, three chickens this morning again. And by the 3rd time I say, I want you to leave us alone, I walk off. 5 minutes later, Kevin comes up with his ATV. Another 5 minutes later, one of the chickens shows back up. Another 5 minutes later, another of the chickens shows back up, and the 3rd chicken never showed back up. So it's quite obvious to me that they are stealing these chickens. They would have taken all 3 this time, and they would not have released 2 of them had I not confronted Kevin about it, per his pattern of wiping clean the tracks just about every single time we notice an animal go missing.
No feathers, you said?
And yeah, I mentioned no feathers, so this was not predator. And the 3 going missing and the catch and release, the predators don't do that. It reminds me of prior, when I may or may not have mentioned, but prior their activity being, they would telegraph to me. They'd come and say sometimes even before we noticed the animal was missing, they'd say, oh, another one of your animals went missing. Amadeus would be known to do that. That's, it's a group thing. Amadeus, Kevin, Tyler, David, Lindsay, we're all working together to surveil us, see when we're not home, so they can come and steal our animals. I should mention, I've got a recording prior where I thought I heard him saying, let's just kill him. and I'm coming to realize they're probably just talking about our chickens. I don't much appreciate any kind of language talking about killing any of myself, my family, or my property, so it doesn't much matter to me. It's all the same threat. But you know, that being an affirmation of them overhearing them talking to each other prior to this planned event of them stealing the chickens and presumably killing one of them. So that night that I called Kevin out, I said, stop harassing us, stop stalking us, I said to him. That night they stayed up really late till about 11:30, 12 o'clock, Kevin and Tyler and I think also David. David's a real quiet guy. It's hard to notice whether or not he's there because he's so quiet. Kevin's a really loud guy. Tyler's relatively loud. And so, you know, that night, I thought, you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I thought it was disrespectful after me telling them to stop stalking us. He decided to use that night to come over and play a bunch of loud music and stay up late. You know, right across the street from us. Always, you know, a gang, 3 or more people. So without getting longer in the tooth, you know, I have informed them that they need to stop stalking us, per the chicken egg mason popping out of our property, out of the bushes on our property video that I also made prior to this. They've been informed and they're continuing to do it with a gusto. They didn't even wait a day or a couple of days to come and collect our eggs. So now we just gotta take good notes and hopefully here soon we'll get a breakthrough whereby we can catch them more explicitly than you know. At some point it becomes explicit. When you have enough implicit evidence, it does become explicit, and I think we're at that point. But man, I'd really like something that just seals the deal as far as figuring out or you know, catching them red-handed with a camera on our property, something like that. I'm thinking at this point it's going to be pretty obvious to anybody going over these notes that the number, you know, you have enough random occurrences whereby we come home and they're loitering outside our property like has been. Animals are being taken, other surveillance, stalking, bullying, as enumerated ad nauseum in my notes. At some point, it just becomes just impossible that they're not the ones doing this, and this activity is not stalking, bullying, surveilling, and larceny as a group, as a gang, as a group.
Hi, baby goat.
Okay, still August 2nd, still talking about when Kevin wiped the road clean of the tracks. Now, when he showed up on his ATV the second time, he was on his truck the first time, he showed up 5 minutes later with the ATV. He went up to the neighbor's house, and I don't think they were home. I think it was just him. I'm pretty sure it was just him going up to the neighbor's house, and then again, 5 minutes later, one of the chickens show up. 5 minutes later, the other chicken shows up. The third chicken never shows back up. So, I'll tell you what I think happened. I think he went to the neighbor's house and let the other two chickens go. And, sucks about the third chicken. August 4th, 2022, about 1:51 p.m. About an hour ago, Kevin comes by. Neighbors haven't been home since last night. The neighbors across the street, David and Tyler, haven't been home since last night. Dog was out all night barking as usual. I think we got another picture of the dog coming onto our driveway. Kevin's over there today, about an hour ago, starts up their tractor and starts working on their driveway. As this occurs, eventually, a couple minutes later, this white truck who I've never seen before, and this guy in the white truck I've never seen before, I don't think I've seen before anyway, didn't get a good look, but drives by, and Lindsay drives by the other way on the RV, and they both stop in front of our driveway for a second. The white truck proceeds on. Lindsay goes on down the way towards the gate to the north. And the white truck stops in front of Kevin. I'm out doing weeds in the yard, and I overhear Kevin saying, yeah, they called it in, and then later saying that they should be condemned. If they're talking about us, which I assume they are based on the pattern, that's just another example of the entrapment. Trying to get the gang mentality, get let's gang up on this guy involved with this unknown alias, the white truck guy. I can't say I'm surprised at this point. It's just per the pattern. Continuing this groupthink, gang mentality. Always somebody there when the neighbors, Tyler and David, are not there to check on us. You know, that entrapment mentality, which is trying to take good notes. Still August 4th, just one more observation. As Alicia said, there's a lot of projection going on over there with those neighbors, all of them. A lot of projection.
Mom, please. Stop!
Miko, Addie, come here.
Oh, there we go. It's got the handy go.
She's a good girl.
Yeah. Mom.
This is a very important detail. David Witzke told me when I was confronting him about the dog in the yard and telling him to leave us alone. David Witzke told me, "Calm down, motherfucker. We're gonna pay cash for Alicia's house, and we're gonna bulldoze the place." Now, Lindsay Grover, who also goes by the name Lindsay I Can Sketch You, various other aliases, she's told me in the past that she used to be an operator or black ops. Her husband, Rudy, I believe Rudy Grover, he's told me he was Delta Force and was recruited by the farm. So as it relates to the RICO Act, I think this is very important for anybody who might be investigating all of this. On the night of the party, where the band came by, when we could hear the gunshots at 4 a.m, Kevin Jingling was there, Mason was there, Lindsay was there. Now, there were only 2 cash offers on Alicia's home. One of them was from Logan Gunn. Logan Gunn, there is a sketch that Lindsay I Can Sketch You, Lindsay Grover, had made and posted on her public Facebook, which depicts Logan Gunn. So Logan Gunn was seen entering the home. Logan Gunn opened up a cash offer. David Witzke told me they were going to make a cash offer and level the place. This to me is poignant. Immediately after Alicia finally sold the place and we left, Lindsay posted on Facebook that she was moving away from the area. Quite a while prior to all of this, Lindsay had indicated that she had interest in a house up in that area. She wanted to downsize, and that the house that Alicia owned would be so perfect for her. The day after, I informed Lindsay Grover, Lindsay I Can Sketch You, that she and her son Mason were to leave us alone, stay away from us, because of her son molesting our daughter, essentially. They came over to David Witzke's and Tyler Witzke's land, and they stayed up late watching a horror movie on loud. After that, they proceeded to, all through the night, after that, they proceeded to come by almost every day, parking Lindsay's RV outside of Alicia's home, essentially ignoring us. And one time I overheard Lindsay saying that Alicia is turned on by them harassing us in that way, stalking us in that way. That was the night after we told Lindsay to leave us alone. So Lindsay is very much related to all this. She was over there almost every day with her RV, mostly her RV, trying to bully us, intimidate us, stalk us. After we had already assigned the Facebook message to cease and desist, after Alicia had also told her to cease and desist.
filming right now? Did you stop? Were you filming that whole time?
I did.
Did you get it? Are you sure you got it? Are you sure you got it?
It's all right, honey. It's okay, baby. It's okay, honey. Where's the kids?
They're inside.
It's okay. Do you want me to go get them?
Yeah.
Okay, you stay right here. I'm going to go get the kids. Okay? It's all right, baby. It's all right.
Here, take my phone.
Yeah.
Still videoing me.
Honey, did it film or did you?
Yes, it filmed. It filmed it all.
Okay. It's okay. What did they do to you? Are you okay?
They just took our electricity. That's it, you know.
Come on up, Kevin. Your guy's car. That sheriff there. You might want to move it. Write our phone number down and your name. You said what? Sir, these dogs are not supposed to be free range in this county. Please do not curse at me. Addie, smile. Yeah.
Yeah, you want privacy. You want, you come out this far.
Yeah, you don't want to be sitting.
You don't want that. And now it's going to be looking right down on.
They look like they're building a compound up there. You know, all the
nothing wrong with that
activity. But yeah, put it out somewhere where it's alone. You know. Keep working here a little bit.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is really cute.
Whoa.
Look at that. I know, it's what you guys said. Oh, that's sick. Oh my god, they put cookies out. I'm dying. People never do that anymore. Really?
That's crazy.
That's cute.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because there's another showing that's going to come at 4:30. The listing agent told me that. So let's do everything inside. Okay.
So sorry.
Okay, we're in. Oh, it's cute. Oh, it's really cute. It needs to be painted, but it's really cute.
Now, what is the floor talking about?
What was he talking about?
The floor was talking about.
The guy said that?
Yeah, the guy across the street.
I don't know.
Exactly, but these lights are just... I need to have light because I'm about blind.
Yeah.
You know, when you get up in the age, those eyes start to deteriorate a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I know.
Real quick.
I know. Yeah, exactly. No, I can't get anything here, so I'll have to let you know.
All right.
But,
I'm going to think here. I don't know if it says VA quality or whatever. The guy said, I think his name is Ralph or Randy. Maybe Randy. Because the water and the second floors and all.
Okay.
So I didn't see anything on the floors except for just...
I don't, it's just wavy gravy. That's not, it's not that it's not sound.
Right. Cheaper than that. I mean,
What is, I mean, like...
But the re-drill, because they're 100 feet, and the code is 300, so he said.
If you offered like 175.
Find out the VA, you know.
If it would qualify with
Yeah.
VA. Yeah, I'll find
out. If it qualifies with VA, then yeah, let's see. Let's throw a number out and see.
Right, exactly. So I'll have to see if they would accept VA loan terms, because if they do, that means they're willing to do what us and stuff if it's not even.
Right, and that's another thing.
Right.
This is all word of mouth from him.
They do have a
so.
camera sitting right there. I've got cameras everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
That's cool. The red dot's not us. You can't tell.
True, yeah. It's probably just sitting there.
Yeah, but...
See, that's the problem, is that you just need to assume that every place that you go into has cameras. So if you're sitting here talking price strategy and you think that you're here by yourself and they're listening jobs, colleges, you know, whatever.
They'll take it up and find it, you know?
Absolutely. And I just said, honey, I mean, you can't do anything stupid anywhere.
Right.
You know, even at a party, because like somebody's got a camera, somebody's going to capture it. You know what I mean? It's just not the way we grew up.
It's not like when we were kids, you didn't worry about nothing. Your security was yours in a bag.
Totally.
Your word against theirs. You know?
Totally. Yep.
Now everybody's
Yeah, because there's another showing that's going to come at 4:30. The listing agent told me that. So let's do everything inside.
So sorry.
Alright, we got a lot of crazy shit to blow up.
We're gonna blow some shit up.
We're gonna blow it up.
We're gonna blow it up.
We gotta pack up
Blow it up.
all the explosives. We gotta head to the shop where it's safe. Let's do this. Come on.
Alright. Down the shroom shake, 4th of July shake. It was yummy.
Beautiful skyrockets, we'll call them.
Oh,
Mortars.
That is heavy and illegal. Will you carry that? Okay. We got one last thing to grab.
Oh,
The
I
thing
think it's
is,
right here.
The thing is before this goes off, somebody's gonna
Equivalent
have to
of
wear,
3 sticks of
we're gonna have to
dynamite.
wear a face mask. Can you tell who I am?
No.
Okay, this is COVID-19.
Total
This is the
identity
equivalent
concealment.
of 3 sticks of dynamite. This is an experiment. We don't know what the fuck is gonna happen.
We really
But
don't.
it's gonna be fucking
Awesome.
epic.
4th
We'll
of
see you
July,
at the
baby.
shop.
We'll see you. Out. 4th of July. Moon is out. Mushrooms are in. Kicked back. Getting ready to set off some fireworks at the shop. Got a nice little spot. Got my crew with me.
Here we are. Tasmanian Devil.
You should have brought your Glock and fucking capped out that light, dude.
That would have been tight, actually.
Yeah.
I should have brought the
Alright,
Glock.
well, you got a lighter on? We might want to stand back for this one just in case it goes kapow. See what it does.
In case it goes kapow.
Yep.
It's gonna do that anyway.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice little fountain. Oh shit.
That was cool. Now that was awesome.
Yeah, America.
This is exactly what we've been waiting for. This is the finale.
The grand finale. Holy
I
fuck.
don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. I'm a little worried about it, but it's...
We're all a little worried. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, man.
Where's the food?
Are you serious? No going back now, baby. Oh fuck. Yeah, get the fuck out of there.
There it goes.
Oh fuck. Oh no, Biggie.